Welcome to Bedtime Express, your journey into the soothing world of history and storytelling. Tonight, we invite you to travel back to 16th century Scotland, to a time of queens and castles, of loyalty and betrayal, of courage in the face of impossible odds. Before you fall asleep, please take a moment to like this video, leave a comment sharing your location and time, and subscribe to Bedtime Express for more soothing historical tales. Your support helps us create more content to accompany you on your nightly journey to rest. You're about to experience the romantic tragedy of Mary, Queen of Scots, and the brave defenders of Edinburgh Castle who held out in her name during one of the most dramatic sieges in Scottish history. This is a story of love and loss, of honor and sacrifice, told in gentle tones designed to ease you into peaceful slumber. Now, settle into your most comfortable position. Adjust your pillows, pull up your blankets, and let your body relax. Close your eyes if you wish, or simply let them rest gently as you listen. Take a deep breath in and slowly release it. Let go of the tensions of the day. Our story begins on a misty morning in Edinburgh, where ancient stones hold secrets of loyalty, courage, and a queen's final stand. Let the tale unfold and drift peacefully into dreams. The Siege of Edinburgh Castle, Queen Mary's last stand. The mist rolled in from the Firth of Forth on that cold April morning in 1573, wrapping Edinburgh Castle in a shroud of grey that seemed to mirror the fate of all who sheltered within its ancient walls. From the highest tower, where the castle's defenders kept their lonely vigil, the city below appeared as little more than ghostly shapes and flickering lights. A world that had once been home, but now felt as distant as the stars. Within those walls, a small garrison of men held fast to a cause that the rest of Scotland had abandoned, their loyalty fixed not to the young king who ruled in name, but to his mother, a queen who had not set foot in her kingdom for 5 long years. Mary Stuart, Queen of Scots, languished in an English prison far to the south, her freedom traded for the dubious protection of her cousin Elizabeth. Yet here, in this fortress perched upon its volcanic rock, her most faithful servants maintained their defiance against all who would declare her reign ended. The castle had become a symbol, a beacon of resistance in a land torn between 2 crowns, 2 faiths, 2 visions of what Scotland might become. The siege had begun in earnest with the new year, though tensions had been building for far longer. The Regent Morton, ruling in the name of the boy King James, had declared that Edinburgh Castle must fall. Its commandant, Sir William Kirkcaldy of Grange, had once been Morton's ally, a Protestant reformer who had fought against Mary's French Catholic influences. But loyalty, that most precious and fragile of virtues, had led Kirkcaldy down an unexpected path. He had watched Mary's fall from grace with increasing unease. He had witnessed the mob's fury after the murder of Lord Darnley, seen how quickly the Scottish lords turned against their queen when it suited their ambitions. He had been there when Mary's hasty marriage to the Earl of Bothwell had sealed her fate, transforming her from a beloved sovereign into a woman scorned by her own nobility. And when she had been forced to abdicate in favor of her infant son, when she had been imprisoned at Lochleven Castle, Kirkcaldy had begun to question the righteousness of those who claimed to act in Scotland's best interests. The commandant stood now at the castle's eastern ramparts, his weathered face turned toward the rising sun that struggled to pierce the morning fog. He was 54 years old, a veteran of countless battles, a man who had helped shape Scotland's Reformation and who now found himself defending a Catholic queen against a Protestant government. The irony was not lost on him, nor on the men who served under his command. Behind him, the castle stirred to life with the sounds of a garrison preparing for another day of siege. Soldiers checked the cannon that lined the walls, their bronze barrels pointed toward the town below, where Morton's forces maintained their blockade. In the kitchens, cooks rationed out what remained of their dwindling supplies, calculating how many more weeks they might hold out before hunger forced what enemy cannons could not. Blacksmiths worked their forges, repairing weapons and armor, while surgeons tended to the wounded from yesterday's bombardment. The castle had been built to withstand sieges, its position atop Castle Rock providing natural defenses that had protected Scottish monarchs for centuries. The only approach from the town was up a steep slope that left attackers exposed to fire from above. The rock itself fell away in sheer cliffs on 3 sides, making any assault from those directions all but impossible. It was, by any measure, one of the most formidable fortresses in all of Britain. But even the strongest walls must eventually fall when those within have no hope of relief. Kirkcaldy knew this, as did every man in the garrison. They fought not because they believed they could win, but because they believed their cause was just, because they had given their word to a queen who had lost everything but their loyalty. In the great hall where once Mary had presided over glittering occasions of state, a small council gathered around a scarred wooden table. Sir William Maitland of Lethington, the former Secretary of State, sat at Kirkcaldy's right hand. Once considered the most brilliant political mind in Scotland, Maitland was now a shadow of his former self, his health failing, his body racked by illness, but his devotion to Mary's cause unwavering. He had orchestrated her escape from Lochleven 5 years earlier, had stood by her through the disastrous battle at Langside, and had watched helplessly as she fled across the border into England, trusting in Elizabeth's mercy. "The bombardment will intensify today," Maitland said, his voice barely above a whisper, each word an effort. "Morton has received new cannon from England. Elizabeth has decided to actively support the siege rather than merely tolerating it. Kirkcaldy nodded slowly, unsurprised by this news. The English queen had grown tired of the stalemate, tired of the complications that Mary's very existence created. By helping to reduce Edinburgh Castle, Elizabeth could claim to be supporting legitimate authority, maintaining order in Scotland, while keeping Mary safely imprisoned where she could threaten no one. "How long can we hold?" asked James Cockburn, the captain of the guard, a young man whose family had served the Stuarts for generations. His face bore fresh scars from a recent skirmish, evidence of the price they paid each day for their defiance. Kirkcaldy considered the question carefully before responding. "Our walls are strong, our position nearly impregnable. With adequate supplies we could hold for years. But our stores are depleting, and there will be no resupply. Every ship that approaches from France is turned away. Every messenger we send out is captured or killed. We are alone in this, gentlemen, and we must accept that reality." "Then why do we continue?" The question came from Robert Melville, another of Mary's former advisors, though his tone suggested he already knew the answer. "Because she is still our queen," Maitland replied, his eyes blazing with a fierce light that belied his frail condition. "Because she was anointed by God and crowned by the Archbishop. Because her only crime was to be a woman ruling in a world of men who could not abide a sovereign they could not control. Because history will judge us not by whether we won or lost, but by whether we stood firm when all others abandoned her." The room fell silent, each man lost in his own thoughts, contemplating the path that had brought them to this desperate hour. Outside, the first cannon shot of the day boomed across the city, the sound echoing off the ancient stones, a reminder that time was running out for Edinburgh Castle and all who defended it. Mary had been born into tumult, her father dying when she was just 6 days old, transforming her from princess to queen in the span of a single heartbeat. The Scottish lords had immediately begun fighting over who would control the infant monarch, while England's Henry VIII sought to force a marriage between Mary and his son Edward, hoping to unite the two kingdoms under English rule. To protect their young queen, the Scots had instead sent her to France, where she grew up in the sophisticated court of Henry II, betrothed to his son Francis. Those had been golden years, years when Mary had been cherished and protected, educated in the arts and politics, groomed to be not just a queen, but a Renaissance princess who could hold her own among the great monarchs of Europe. She had married Francis when she was 15, becoming Queen of France as well as Scotland when he ascended to the throne, is less than #0. 5# is greater than. For a brief, shining moment, Mary Stuart had been one of the most powerful women in Christendom. But Francis had died after reigning barely a year, and Mary, widowed at 18, had found herself without a role in France. The new king's mother, Catherine de' Medici, had no use for a dowager queen who might rival her own influence. And so Mary had returned to Scotland in 1561, returning to a kingdom she barely remembered, a land that had transformed in her absence from a Catholic nation to one dominated by Protestant reformers. Kirkcaldy remembered the day she had arrived, sailing into Leith on a ship shrouded in mist, as if nature itself was uncertain about her homecoming. He had been among the lords who greeted her, and he had been struck by her grace, her beauty, her genuine desire to be a good queen to people who viewed her with suspicion. She was tall for a woman, nearly 6 feet, with rich auburn hair and eyes that seemed to shift between hazel and gold depending on the light. She moved with the elegance of the French court, but spoke to her subjects in Scots, wanting them to know she was truly one of them. For a time, it had seemed she might succeed in winning over even her most Protestant subjects. She showed tolerance in matters of religion, attending Catholic Mass privately while allowing the Protestant Kirk to flourish publicly. She consulted with her nobles, listened to their advice, tried to balance the competing interests of those who wished to see Scotland allied with France, with England, or independent of both. She was young, intelligent, and determined to prove that a woman could rule as effectively as any man. But the lords of Scotland were not interested in being ruled by a woman, no matter how capable. They saw her as a figurehead to be manipulated, a pawn to be used in their own games of power and religion. When Mary asserted her authority, when she made decisions that favored one faction over another, those she disappointed began plotting against her. Her marriage to Lord Darnley had been her first great mistake, though at the time it had seemed a clever political move. Darnley was her cousin, with his own claim to the English throne, making their union a statement that the Stuarts would not be subordinate to the Tudors. But Darnley had proven to be vain, unstable, and violently jealous, a man who wanted the title of king without the responsibility of ruling. When Mary had relied increasingly on her secretary, David Rizzio, for political advice, Darnley had erupted in rage. Convinced that his wife was having an affair with the Italian musician, Darnley had joined with other nobles in a conspiracy. They had burst into Mary's chambers at Holyrood Palace while she dined with Rizzio and a few friends, dragging the screaming secretary away, while Mary, 6 months pregnant, had been held at gunpoint. Rizzio had been stabbed 56 times, his blood staining the floors of the royal apartments, a violent message to Mary about who truly held power in Scotland. Mary had never forgiven Darnley, though she had reconciled with him publicly for the sake of her unborn child. When their son James was born in June of 1566, it should have been a moment of triumph, the Stuart succession secured, the future of Scotland assured. Instead, it marked the beginning of the end. 6 months later, Darnley was dead, killed when the house where he was staying in Edinburgh exploded in the night. His body was found in the garden, unmarked by the blast, suggesting he had been strangled before the explosion that was meant to cover up the murder. Suspicion immediately fell on the Earl of Bothwell, a powerful border lord who had become one of Mary's most trusted advisors. And when Mary not only failed to pursue Bothwell with any vigor, but married him just 3 months after Darnley's death, the Scottish nobility erupted in outrage. Kirkcaldy had been among those who opposed the marriage, believing it proved Mary's complicity in her husband's murder. He had joined the lords who confronted Mary and Bothwell at Carberry Hill, had been part of the army that forced them to surrender. Bothwell had been allowed to flee into exile, but Mary had been taken prisoner, paraded through the streets of Edinburgh while crowds screamed, "Burn the whore!" at their queen. They had imprisoned her at Lochleven Castle, a fortress on an island in the middle of a loch where escape seemed impossible. There, under threat and duress, Mary had been forced to sign documents of abdication, surrendering her crown to her infant son and naming her half-brother, the Earl of Moray, as regent. It was meant to be the end of her story, a cautionary tale about the dangers of allowing women to rule. But Mary Stuart had not accepted her fate quietly. With the help of loyal servants, including William Maitland, who had organized the plot, she had escaped from Lochleven in May of 1568, fleeing across the loch in a small boat while her jailers slept. Within days, thousands had flocked to her banner, lords and commoners alike, who believed she had been wrongly deposed, that she deserved a chance to clear her name and reclaim her throne. Kirkcaldy had not been among them, not then. He had remained loyal to the boy king and the Protestant establishment, believing they represented Scotland's future. He had watched from a distance as Mary's forces met the regent's army at Langside, a battle that lasted less than an hour but changed everything. Mary's forces were routed, scattered to the winds, and she had fled south with only a handful of companions, making for the English border. She had believed Elizabeth would help her, would give her an army to reclaim her throne, or at least provide sanctuary while she regained her strength. Instead, Elizabeth had placed her under what was euphemistically called protective custody, moving her from castle to castle in the north of England, always guarded, always watched, a prisoner in all but name. Years had passed, and slowly Kirkcaldy's perspective had shifted. He watched as the Regency government grew increasingly corrupt, as the Earl of Moray was assassinated and replaced by the Earl of Lennox, who was in turn killed and replaced by the Earl of Mar, who died under suspicious circumstances and was replaced by the Earl of Morton. He saw how each regent lined his own pockets, how they sold Scotland's interests to England in exchange for Elizabeth's support, how they ruled not for the good of the kingdom, but for their own enrichment. And he thought of Mary, imprisoned in England, unable to defend herself against the endless accusations and slanders, her reputation destroyed by men who had once sworn to serve her. He began to question whether justice had truly been served, whether the charges against her had ever been proven, whether she deserved the fate that had befallen her. When Maitland had approached him in 1570, suggesting that they hold Edinburgh Castle in Mary's name, Kirkcaldy had been ready to listen. The symbolism of the castle was powerful. It was where Mary had given birth to James, where she had ruled during her brief years of power, the very heart of royal authority in Scotland. To hold it for Mary was to declare that her abdication had been illegal, that she remained Scotland's true queen, that her son's reign was built on a foundation of forced signatures and broken oaths. For 3 years they had maintained their vigil, and for 3 years the Regency government had tried to dislodge them through negotiation, through blockade, through intimidation. But Kirkcaldy had refused all offers and threats, steadfast in his conviction that he was doing what honor demanded. And now, with English cannon being hauled up the steep streets of Edinburgh, with supplies running low and no hope of relief, the end was finally approaching. A young messenger burst into the great hall, breathless from running up the castle's many stairs. "Sir William, they're positioning the new guns. The English engineers say they can breach the eastern wall within a fortnight." Kirkcaldy exchanged glances with Maitland, seeing his own grim acceptance reflected in his friend's failing eyes. A fortnight was not long, not nearly long enough for the miracle they would need to survive. "Then we make them pay for every inch," Kirkcaldy said, his voice steady despite the weight of what was coming. "We hold these walls for our queen, for our honor, and for history to judge us kindly. Let no man say the defenders of Edinburgh Castle surrendered without giving all they had to give." The men around the table nodded, their faces set with determination born of desperation. They knew they were fighting a losing battle, that their names would likely be condemned by the victors, that they might well face execution when the castle finally fell. But they also knew that some causes transcend victory and defeat, that loyalty and honor are measured not by success, but by steadfastness in the face of impossible odds. As the council dispersed to see to the castle's defences, Kirkcaldy remained at the table with Maitland, the two old friends sitting in companionable silence as cannon fire echoed outside. They had fought together, plotted together, changed their allegiances together as their understanding of justice evolved. Now they would face the end together, defending a queen who might never even know of their sacrifice. "Do you ever regret it?" Maitland asked quietly, his voice barely audible over the distant sounds of bombardment. "Choosing this path when we might have lived comfortably as servants of the Regency?" Kirkcaldy considered the question, gazing around the hall where so much history had unfolded, where kings and queens had celebrated victories and mourned defeats, where Scotland's fate had been decided time and again. "No," he said finally. "We did what was right, even if the world cannot see it yet. Mary was wronged by those who should have protected her, betrayed by those she trusted most. If we cannot restore her throne, at least we can stand witness to the injustice done to her, a voice crying out in the wilderness that will echo down through the centuries." Maitland smiled faintly, a ghost of the brilliant politician he had once been. "Then we are agreed, you and I, that this is a good death we're approaching. Better to die defending truth than to live comfortable in the service of lies." "A good death," Kirkcaldy agreed, though the words felt heavy on his tongue. He had lived his whole life as a soldier, and soldiers understood that death came for all eventually, that the manner of one's death was all that truly mattered. To die here, in defense of a rightful queen, seemed as noble an end as any he might have hoped for. Outside, the English cannon fired again, the impact shaking the castle's foundations, a reminder that noble deaths often came with considerable pain along the way. The Siege of Edinburgh Castle was entering its final phase, and all the romance and tragedy of Mary Stuart's reign would soon be concentrated in these ancient stones, a last stand that would echo through Scottish history for centuries to come. As night fell over the castle, Kirkcaldy walked the battlements alone, looking out over the city that was trying so desperately to bring down these walls. Somewhere far to the south, Mary sat in her English prison, perhaps looking out her own window at the stars, wondering if anyone in Scotland still remembered her as their queen. He hoped somehow she knew, hoped the news would reach her that Edinburgh Castle still held firm in her name, that not all of Scotland had abandoned her. The stars wheeled overhead, indifferent to the dramas of mortals, as they had for all the centuries that this rock had stood guard over Scotland. Kirkcaldy pulled his cloak tighter against the spring chill and returned to the warmth of the great hall, where his men waited, where duty called, where the siege continued its inexorable progression toward an ending everyone could foresee but none could prevent. The Queen in shadows remained a prisoner in England, but here, on this volcanic rock in the heart of Scotland, her crown still meant something, her cause still inspired loyalty, her name still commanded men to stand firm against overwhelming odds. That would have to be enough, Kirkcaldy thought, because it was all they had left to give her. The April rain fell steadily on Sheffield Castle, drumming against the windows of the chamber where Mary Stuart sat at her embroidery frame, her needle moving with practiced precision through the silk fabric. She was 40 years old now, though she looked older, the years of imprisonment having taken their toll on the woman who had once been celebrated as one of the most beautiful monarchs in Europe. Her auburn hair, her greatest vanity, was now threaded with grey, and her posture, once so regal, had been bent by the chronic pain that plagued her increasingly. Yet in her eyes, those remarkable hazel eyes that seemed to shift color with her moods, there remained a spark of the queen she had been, a fierce intelligence and unbreakable spirit that 5 years of English captivity had failed to extinguish. She worked on a panel depicting a ginger cat watching a mouse, a piece rich with symbolism that her jailers likely failed to understand. Mary poured all her frustrated energy into her needlework, creating elaborate tapestries and embroidered pieces that told stories of captivity, betrayal, and endurance. Beside her sat Mary Seton, the last of the 4 Marys who had served as her companions since childhood, who had followed her from France to Scotland and now into English imprisonment. The others had married or fallen away over the years, but Seton remained, her loyalty as steadfast as the stones of Edinburgh Castle, though neither woman knew yet of the desperate siege unfolding there. "Your Majesty should rest," Seton said gently, noting how Mary's hands trembled slightly as she worked. "You've been at this since dawn, and the light is fading." Mary smiled without looking up from her work, her needle continuing its steady rhythm. "If I rest, I think, and if I think, I grow melancholy. Better to keep my hands busy and my mind occupied with patterns and stitches than to dwell on all that has been lost." But even as she spoke, her mind wandered to Scotland, as it did countless times each day. She thought of Edinburgh, of Holyrood Palace, where she had held court, of the great hall at Stirling, where her son had been baptized with all the ceremony befitting a prince. She thought of James, who would be 6 years old now, a child she barely knew, who was being raised to consider her a villain, perhaps even a murderer. The pain of that separation was worse than any physical ailment, a constant ache in her heart that never eased. She had held her son only once after her imprisonment at Lochleven, a brief meeting arranged before her forced abdication, where she had whispered promises to him that she had been unable to keep. He would not remember her, she knew, would know her only through the poisonous stories told by those who ruled in his name. A knock at the door interrupted her thoughts, and her keeper, the Earl of Shrewsbury, entered the chamber with unusual formality. George Talbot was a reasonable jailer, treating Mary with the respect due her rank while ensuring she remained securely confined. Over the years, they had developed a cautious mutual respect, though both knew their relationship was built on the foundation of her captivity. "Your Majesty," Shrewsbury said, bowing slightly, "I have received dispatches from Edinburgh. I thought you should know that the castle remains under siege. Your supporters there continue to hold out, though the regent's forces have been reinforced with English artillery." Mary's needle stilled, her heart suddenly racing. She had heard rumors of the siege, whispered fragments of news that filtered through despite her isolation. But this was the first official acknowledgement from her jailers. "Edinburgh Castle holds for me?" she asked, her voice carefully controlled despite the emotion surging within her. "Sir William Kirkcaldy and his garrison refused to recognize your son's regency," Shrewsbury confirmed. "They maintain that your abdication was forced and therefore invalid." Queen Elizabeth has authorized military support to the Regent Morton to bring the siege to a conclusion. Mary set down her embroidery, her hands folded carefully in her lap to hide their trembling. How long have they held out? The siege began in earnest at the start of the year, Shrewsbury replied, though they've been effectively blockaded for far longer. The regent believes the castle will fall within weeks now that proper siege weapons are in place. After Shrewsbury departed, Mary rose from her chair and walked to the window, gazing out at the English countryside as if she might somehow see across the miles to Edinburgh. Kirkcaldy of Grange, holding Edinburgh Castle in her name. The irony was profound. Kirkcaldy had been among those who had forced her abdication, who had helped imprison her at Lochleven. That such a man now defended her cause spoke to the depth of disillusionment with the Regency government. "They fight for me," she whispered, her breath fogging the glass. "After all these years, after all that's happened, there are still those in Scotland who remember I am their queen." "Your Majesty has always inspired great loyalty," Seaton said, coming to stand beside her. "Those who truly know you could never doubt your innocence of the charges laid against you." Mary turned to her old friend, her eyes bright with unshed tears. "But how many truly know me anymore? In Scotland, they tell their children I am a murderess, an adulteress, a woman who conspired to kill her own husband. Here in England, I am the Catholic threat, the spider weaving plots from my prison cell, the rival queen who must be kept locked away lest she steal Elizabeth's throne. Who remembers the girl who returned from France full of hope, wanting only to rule her people with justice and mercy?" The memories flooded back, vivid and painful in their clarity. Mary remembered arriving in Scotland on that misty morning in 1561, remembered the mixture of excitement and trepidation as she set foot in a country she barely knew. She had been 19 years old, a widow returning to claim her inheritance and forge her own destiny. Those early years had been filled with challenges, navigating the complex politics of a kingdom divided by religion, balancing the demands of Catholic France, Protestant England, and her own increasingly Protestant Scottish nobility. She had tried so hard to be fair, to govern with wisdom beyond her years, to prove that a woman could rule as effectively as any man. She had made mistakes. She knew that now. Her judgment had been clouded by emotion when she chose Darnley as her husband, attracted by his handsome face and royal lineage without seeing the weakness and vanity beneath. She had relied too heavily on those who flattered her, particularly Bothwell, failing to see that his protection came with expectations she could not fulfill without destroying her reputation. But she had not killed Darnley, no matter what they said. She had hated him by the end, yes, despised him for his betrayal, for his role in Rizzio's murder, for his constant threats and accusations. But she had not plotted his death, had not been part of the conspiracy that left him strangled in that garden. She had been as shocked as anyone when the explosion tore through Kirkfield, as horrified by the violence as the humblest of her subjects. Her marriage to Bothwell 3 months later had been her undoing. She understood that now. At the time, it had seemed necessary. Bothwell was powerful. He offered protection when she was vulnerable, and she had convinced herself she had no choice. She had not understood how it would look to others, how quickly gossip would turn her from grieving widow to willing participant in her husband's murder. Looking back across the years, Mary could see the trap closing around her, could see how each decision made under pressure and without good counsel had led inevitably to her imprisonment, first at Lochleven and then here in England. She had been outmaneuvered by men who understood power better than she did, who were willing to lie and betray to advance their own interests, who saw her as an obstacle to be removed rather than a sovereign to be obeyed. And through it all, Elizabeth had watched from England, her cousin and fellow queen, sometimes offering support, sometimes threatening invasion, always manipulating the situation to England's advantage. Mary had once hoped for solidarity between two women ruling in a man's world, had believed Elizabeth would understand the unique challenges they faced. Instead, Elizabeth had proven to be as calculating and cold as any male monarch, seeing Mary only as a threat to be contained. "Do you think they can hold?" Mary asked, returning her attention to the present, to Edinburgh Castle and the men fighting in her name. "Kirkcaldy and his garrison?" Seaton shook her head slowly. "Not if Elizabeth is providing artillery and engineers. Edinburgh Castle is strong, but no fortress is impregnable to modern cannon. They must know they cannot win, that they're fighting a battle already lost." "Then why do they fight at all?" Mary wondered aloud, though she thought she knew the answer. "For honor," Seaton replied simply. "For loyalty, because some things matter more than survival. Because Your Majesty deserves to know that not all of Scotland has forgotten its true queen." Mary turned back to the window, watching the rain run down the glass like tears. She thought of Kirkcaldy on the castle ramparts, directing the defense, knowing every day might be his last. She thought of Maitland, her brilliant secretary who had organized her escape from Lochleven, who had stood by her when others fled. She thought of all the soldiers whose names she would never know, who manned the walls and fired the cannon, who would die for a queen they might never see again. The weight of their sacrifice pressed upon her like a physical burden. Adding to all the other weights, she carried the weight of a crown she no longer wore, the weight of a son she could not raise, the weight of a kingdom she could not rule, the weight of accusations she could not disprove from the confines of her prison. Sometimes she wondered how she continued to draw breath under such weight, how her heart continued to beat when it had been broken so many times. "I must write to them," Mary said suddenly, turning from the window with renewed purpose. "Even if the letter never reaches them, I must try. They should know their queen thinks of them, prays for them, honors their courage." "Shrewsbury will never permit such a letter to be sent," Seaton warned. "Any correspondence you write is read by your keepers before it goes anywhere. They will not allow you to encourage the garrison to continued resistance." Mary smiled, a flash of the cunning that had once made her a formidable political opponent. "Then I shall write it anyway, even if it remains forever in this room. The act of writing will bring me closer to them, will allow me to speak the words that fill my heart, even if they never reach their ears." She moved to her writing desk, where paper and ink were kept under careful rationing, every sheet counted, every letter monitored. Her hand hovered over the blank page for a long moment as she gathered her thoughts, considering what she wanted to say to the brave men defending Edinburgh Castle. Finally, she began to write, her script flowing and elegant despite the tremor in her hands, each word carefully chosen to convey the depth of her gratitude and the sorrow of her situation. She wrote of honor and duty, of loyalty transcending circumstance, of the bond between a queen and her faithful subjects, even when separated by miles and prison walls. She wrote of her love for Scotland, a love that had never dimmed despite the betrayals she had suffered, and of her hope that history would judge them all fairly, clearing their names of the slanders heaped upon them. As she wrote, tears fell unheeded onto the paper, blurring some of the ink, physical evidence of the emotion that threatened to overwhelm her. She had cried so much over the years, had thought herself cried out, yet the tears continued to come whenever she thought of all she had lost and all that had been taken from her. When the letter was finished, she folded it carefully and sealed it with wax, pressing her signet ring into the soft seal, the ring that bore the arms of Scotland, the symbol of an authority she could no longer exercise. She held the letter for a long moment, as if through the paper she could somehow touch the stones of Edinburgh Castle, could somehow reach across the distance to the men who fought in her name. "Keep it safe," she said, handing the letter to Seaton. "Perhaps one day, when all this is over, it will reach its intended recipients, or at least stand as testimony that their queen remembered them." The days that followed brought more news from Scotland, each dispatch from Shrewsbury painting a grimmer picture for the castle's defenders. The English cannon had opened massive breaches in the eastern wall. The garrison was running desperately short of food and water. Kirkcaldy had attempted to negotiate surrender terms, but had been rebuffed by the Regent Morton, who demanded unconditional submission. Mary listened to each update with growing dread, knowing that the fall of Edinburgh Castle would represent more than just a military defeat. It would be the final symbol of her failure the last bastion of resistance to her forced abdication crumbling into dust. When the castle fell, any pretense that she might one day return to Scotland would fall with it. She found herself thinking constantly of her father, James V, who had died of grief after Scotland's defeat at the Battle of Solway Moss, his spirit broken by the humiliation of his kingdom's loss. She understood now how a monarch could die of a broken heart, how the weight of responsibility and failure could literally crush the life from someone who had given everything to their crown and their people. But she would not allow herself to die, not yet. As long as she lived, she represented a threat to those who had wronged her, a living reminder that justice had not been served. Elizabeth kept her alive for the same reason. Killing an anointed queen set dangerous precedents, raised uncomfortable questions about the divine right of monarchs. Better to keep her imprisoned, neutralized but alive, a problem deferred rather than resolved. In her darker moments, Mary wondered if she would die in English captivity, if she would never again see Scotland, never again hold her son, never again know freedom. She had been imprisoned for 5 years now, with no indication her situation would change. How many more years could she endure? 10? 20? Would she become an old woman in this prison, forgotten by all but a handful of loyal servants, a cautionary tale about the dangers of female ambition? Yet, even in despair, hope flickered stubbornly within her. She was still alive, still queen, still the rightful monarch of Scotland, no matter what documents she had been forced to sign. The men at Edinburgh Castle understood that, were willing to die for that truth. As long as even one voice cried out that she had been wronged, there remained the possibility of vindication. One evening, as she sat with her ladies working on yet another embroidery piece, Mary found herself speaking of her childhood in France, memories rising unbidden from the depths of her mind. She told them of the gardens at Fontainebleau, of dancing at court balls, of her beloved mother-in-law, Catherine de' Medici, teaching her the intricacies of political intrigue, though she had not learned those lessons well enough, it seemed. "I was happy there," she said wistfully, her needle moving rhythmically through the fabric. "I did not know then how precious happiness was, how fleeting. I thought I would always be cherished, always protected, that my royal blood would shield me from the cruelties of the world. How naive I was." "Your Majesty was young," Seaton said gently. "We all were. Who could have foreseen how things would unfold?" "My mother," Mary replied, thinking of Marie de Guise, who had ruled Scotland as regent while Mary grew up in France, who had fought tirelessly to protect her daughter's inheritance. She tried to warn me in her letters. She told me that ruling Scotland would be the greatest challenge of my life, that the Scottish lords were not like French courtiers, that I would need to be strong and shrewd and willing to compromise when necessary. She died before I returned to Scotland, before she could guide me through those treacherous waters. How different things might have been if she had lived. Mary's mother had died in Edinburgh Castle, that same fortress that now held out in Mary's name, dying of dropsy while defending Scotland against English invasion. Mary had not been there, had not even received word of her mother's death until weeks after the burial. It was one of her great regrets that she had never been able to say goodbye, never been able to thank her mother for the sacrifices she had made. "She would be proud of you," Seaton said, reading Mary's thoughts as old friends can. "Proud of how you've endured, how you've maintained your dignity despite everything they've done to you." Mary wasn't sure that was true, but she appreciated the sentiment. Her mother had been formidable, a political strategist who had kept Scotland Catholic and allied with France despite enormous pressure from England and Scottish Protestant reformers. Mary had inherited her mother's courage, but perhaps not her political acumen, her ability to see 3 moves ahead in the deadly chess game of 16th century politics. As April turned to May, the news from Edinburgh grew more dire. The eastern wall had collapsed, creating a massive breach through which Morton's forces could assault the castle. Kirkcaldy had pulled his men back to the inner defences, still fighting though everyone knew the end was near. There were reports of disease spreading through the garrison, of men too weak from hunger to properly defend the walls, of wells running dry and forcing the defenders to drink contaminated water. Mary prayed for them each night, kneeling before the small altar in her chamber, asking God to give them strength for whatever trials lay ahead. She prayed for Kirkcaldy and Maitland, for the soldiers she had never met, for their families who would mourn them. She prayed for Scotland, that it might one day be free of the factionalism and violence that had torn it apart. And she prayed for James, her son, that he would grow up to be a wise and just king, even if he never knew his mother's love. The prayers brought her some comfort, a sense of connection to something larger than her own suffering, though she sometimes wondered if God was listening to the prayers of a queen so thoroughly fallen from grace. The Protestant reformers had preached that her Catholicism was a sign of wickedness, that her imprisonment was divine judgment for her sins. But Mary held fast to the faith of her childhood, to the rituals and beliefs that had sustained her through every crisis. On the 28th of May, Shrewsbury came to her chambers with news that made her blood run cold. Edinburgh Castle had fallen. After a final devastating bombardment, Kirkcaldy had been forced to surrender unconditionally. The garrison had been taken prisoner, and the regent Morton was preparing trials for the leaders of the resistance. "What will happen to them?" Mary asked, though she feared she already knew the answer. "Sir William Kirkcaldy will likely face execution for treason," Shrewsbury said, his tone sympathetic but honest. "William Maitland died during the final days of the siege, whether from illness or by his own hand is unclear. The common soldiers will be imprisoned or pardoned depending on their rank and involvement. Mary closed her eyes, grief washing over her in waves. Maitland was dead, that brilliant mind silenced forever. Kirkcaldy faced the executioner's axe for the crime of loyalty to his rightful queen. The castle that had been the seat of Scottish royal power, where her mother had died defending Scotland, where she herself had given birth to her son, was now firmly in the hands of her enemies. "I would like to be alone," she said quietly, her voice barely above a whisper. When the others had withdrawn, Mary allowed herself to weep, something she rarely did where others could see, maintaining her royal composure even in captivity. But now, in the privacy of her chamber, she wept for all that had been lost, for the brave men who had died defending her cause, for the kingdom she would never rule again, for the future that had been stolen from her. The weight of the crown she no longer wore had never felt heavier. It crushed her with its invisible burden, the responsibility of sovereignty without any of its power, the expectations of majesty without the means to fulfill them. She had been born to rule, raised to command, anointed as God's chosen representative in Scotland. And yet here she sat, a prisoner in a foreign land, unable to protect those who defended her, unable to prevent the destruction of everything she had once held dear. The dawn of May 27th, 1573, broke grey and cold over Edinburgh, the castle silhouetted against the lightening sky like a wounded beast at bay. Sir William Kirkcaldy stood at what remained of the eastern wall, gazing at the massive breach the English cannon had torn through centuries-old stone. The wall had collapsed inward, creating a slope of rubble that would serve as a ramp for Morton's assault forces when they finally came. Behind him, the remnants of his garrison prepared for what they all knew would be their final battle. Of the 200 men who had begun the siege, fewer than 80 remained fit for combat. The rest were dead, wounded, or too weakened by disease and hunger to hold a weapon. The castle that had once seemed impregnable now felt like a tomb, its defenders already marked for death, waiting only for the executioner to arrive. The bombardment had been merciless, day after day of cannon fire that shook the very foundations of the castle, that sent stone fragments flying like deadly rain, that made sleep impossible and courage a daily act of defiance against overwhelming force. The English engineers had done their work well, positioning their guns with mathematical precision, calculating angles and trajectories that would maximize destruction. Modern warfare, Kirkcaldy reflected bitterly, left little room for heroism or honor, reducing siege warfare to a matter of mathematics and industrial production of gunpowder. Sir William, James Cockburn approached, his face haggard with exhaustion, a blood-stained bandage wrapped around his head from yesterday's bombardment. "The men are asking if there's any chance of terms." any possibility Morton might allow them to surrender with their lives. Kirkcaldy shook his head slowly. Morton has made his position clear. Unconditional surrender, followed by trials for treason. He will make examples of us, hang us from the castle walls, as a warning to anyone else who might think to oppose the regency. There will be no mercy for those who held Edinburgh Castle in Queen Mary's name. Then what do we do? Cockburn asked, though his tone suggested he already knew the answer. We fight, Kirkcaldy said simply. When they come through that breach, we make them pay for every foot of ground. We may not win, but we can ensure they remember Edinburgh Castle, remember the men who refused to abandon their queen even when all hope was lost. He turned to face his young captain, seeing in Cockburn's eyes the same mixture of fear and determination that he felt in his own heart. You're young yet, James. You have family who could vouch for you, who could claim you were following my orders rather than acting from your own conviction. If you wish to negotiate a separate surrender, I'll not think less of you for it. Cockburn straightened his shoulders, his jaw set firm despite the trembling in his hands. My family has served the Stuarts for 4 generations, sir. I'll not be the one to break that tradition. If we're to die defending our queen, then I can think of no better death for a Cockburn. Kirkcaldy gripped the young man's shoulder, moved by a courage that shamed the older lords who had so easily abandoned Mary when circumstances turned against her. Then we stand together when they come, and we make Scotland remember that not all her sons forgot what honor means. He made his way through the castle, checking on the defenses they had managed to erect behind the breach, speaking words of encouragement to men who had given everything for a cause that now lay in ruins around them. The soldiers looked at him with hollowed eyes, their faces gaunt with hunger, their bodies weakened by the diseases that had swept through the garrison in recent weeks. Yet they remained at their posts, loading muskets with trembling hands, positioning pikes to meet the assault they knew was coming. In the great hall, Kirkcaldy found what remained of his command staff gathered around the scarred table where they had held so many councils over the past 3 years. Robert Melville was there, as were the few other gentlemen who had thrown their lot in with the castle's defense. Notably absent was William Maitland, whose health had finally failed him 2 days earlier. Maitland's death had been a grievous blow, though perhaps also a mercy. The former Secretary of State had been suffering for months, his body ravaged by illness, kept alive seemingly by will alone, determined to see the siege through to its conclusion. When he finally slipped away in the small hours of the morning, Kirkcaldy had felt a profound sense of loss, not just for a friend and ally, but for one of the finest political minds Scotland had ever produced. They had buried Maitland in a small ceremony at St. Margaret's Chapel, the ancient church within the castle walls where Scottish kings and queens had prayed for centuries. It seemed fitting that he should rest there, in the heart of the castle he had helped defend, surrounded by the stones that had witnessed so much of Scotland's tumultuous history. "Gentlemen," Kirkcaldy said, taking his seat at the head of the table, "I'll not lie to you about our situation. The wall is breached, our supplies are exhausted, and there is no relief coming. Morton will assault the castle today or tomorrow, and when he does, we lack the strength to hold him back for long." "Then we should sue for terms while we still have something to bargain with," Melville said, though his tone lacked conviction. "Perhaps if we surrender the castle intact, Morton might show mercy to the common soldiers at least." "Morton wants our heads," Kirkcaldy replied bluntly. "Mine especially, but all of ours eventually. We've held this castle against his authority for 3 years, made him look weak before all of Europe, forced him to call in English help to reduce a single fortress. He won't forgive that, won't forget it. The only question is whether we die fighting or die on a scaffold after a show trial." The men around the table exchanged glances, each weighing the grim choice before them. Some deaths were quicker than others, some offered more dignity, but all led to the same destination. "I say we fight," said a voice from the doorway. They turned to see Thomas Crawford, one of the castle's gunners, a commoner who had proven himself invaluable during the siege with his skill in directing their cannon fire. He stepped into the room uninvited, his deference to rank forgotten in the extremity of their situation. "Begging your pardons, my lords, but I've been listening, and I say we owe it to ourselves and to our Queen to go down fighting. Let them say the defenders of Edinburgh Castle died with weapons in hand, not cowering before Morton's executioner." There was a murmur of agreement from others who had gathered outside the hall, common soldiers who had earned the right to voice their opinions through months of shared hardship. Kirkcaldy looked at them, these men who had suffered so much, who had remained loyal when they could have slipped away in the night, who had chosen honor over survival. "Then it's decided," he said, rising from his chair. "We fight. We defend this castle to our last breath, and we trust that history will remember us more kindly than our contemporaries. Every man here has my gratitude and my respect. It has been my honor to command you." The speech was simple, devoid of the flowery rhetoric that might have accompanied such a moment in peacetime, but it came from the heart, and the men heard that sincerity. They nodded, clasped hands, embraced each other with the fierce affection of brothers facing death together. Then they dispersed to their positions, each man making whatever peace he could with his fate. Kirkcaldy climbed once more to the highest point of the castle, the same spot where he had stood countless times during the siege, watching the city and the lands beyond. The sun was rising higher now, burning away the morning mist, revealing the full extent of Morton's forces arrayed below. There were hundreds of soldiers down there, well fed, well armed, supported by those devastating English cannon that had reduced the eastern wall to rubble. He thought of Mary, imprisoned somewhere in England, wondering if she even knew of the siege, if news of their resistance had reached her. He hoped she knew, hoped she understood that she had not been forgotten, that even in her darkest hour, some of her subjects remained faithful. Whatever mistakes she had made, and he knew she had made many, she had been their anointed queen, chosen by God and crowned with all the ancient ceremonies. That had to mean something, had to count for something, even in an age when expediency seemed to matter more than principle. The bombardment resumed at mid-morning, a thunderous barrage that made the stones beneath Kirkcaldy's feet shudder and dance. This was different from the previous day's shelling, more intense, more focused on specific sections of wall. They were preparing the way for their assault, softening up the defenses, creating multiple breaches to divide the defenders' attention. Kirkcaldy raced down from his vantage point, shouting orders, directing men to shore up weakening walls, to position themselves where they could do the most good when the enemy came flooding through. A cannonball struck nearby, showering him with stone fragments that cut his face and hands. But he barely noticed, focused entirely on the task at hand. The assault came in the early afternoon, waves of soldiers pouring through the breaches, their war cries echoing off the ancient stones. Kirkcaldy's men met them with desperate ferocity, fighting with the strength of those who have nothing left to lose. Muskets fired at point-blank range, pikes thrust forward into oncoming bodies, swords clashed in the narrow passages where the castle's architecture created choke points that briefly slowed the attackers' advance. For an hour, for 2 hours, the defenders held, their skill and knowledge of the castle's layout offsetting the enemy's superior numbers. But gradually, inevitably, they were pushed back, forced to yield ground they could not retake, watching their comrades fall until the stones ran red with blood and the air grew thick with the stench of death. James Cockburn died defending the inner gate, cut down by 6 sword strokes as he held his position to allow others to fall back. Thomas Crawford, the gunner who had spoken so bravely that morning, fell beside his beloved cannon, still loading another shot even as enemy soldiers rushed up the stairs toward him. One by one, Kirkcaldy watched his men die, each death a knife in his heart, each loss a reminder of the price they paid for loyalty. By late afternoon, Kirkcaldy found himself in the great hall with perhaps 20 men still standing, the enemy pressing in from all sides, the end mere minutes away. His sword was bloody, his armor dented and torn, his body screaming with pain from a dozen wounds he couldn't remember receiving. But he stood tall, ready to fight to the last, determined that if he must die, he would die as he had lived on his feet, facing his enemies, true to his principles. Sir William Kirkcaldy, The voice came from beyond the shattered doors, amplified and formal. In the name of James Stuart, King of Scots, and his regent, the Earl of Morton, I call upon you to surrender. Yield now, and your men will be spared. Continue this futile resistance, and all will be put to the sword. Kirkcaldy looked at the faces of the men around him, seeing their exhaustion, their wounds, their readiness to die if he commanded it. But he saw, too, that they were boys, some of them, young men who deserved a chance at life even if he himself had forfeited that chance through his choices. "Stand down," he said quietly to his men. "Lower your weapons. You've fought with courage beyond measure, proven your loyalty beyond question. I'll not ask you to die needlessly when the battle is already lost." There were protests, men insisting they would fight to the end, but Kirkcaldy cut them off with a sharp gesture. "That's an order from your commander. Stand down and surrender. The responsibility for this siege rests on my shoulders alone. Let the regent's justice fall on me, and let your lives be spared." Slowly, reluctantly, the men lowered their weapons, letting swords and pikes clatter to the blood-slicked floor. Kirkcaldy stepped forward, alone, and called out to the enemy forces. "I am Sir William Kirkcaldy of Grange, Commandant of Edinburgh Castle. I surrender this fortress to the Regent's authority. Spare my men, and do with me what you will. The responsibility for holding this castle against the King's forces is mine alone." Soldiers poured into the hall, surrounding the defenders, weapons drawn and ready. An officer stepped forward, a man Kirkcaldy recognized from before the war, from the days when they had fought on the same side. He saw recognition in the officer's eyes too, and something like regret. "Sir William Kirkcaldy," the officer said formally, "I arrest you in the name of the King and his regent on charges of treason, rebellion, and unlawful resistance to royal authority. You will be taken to Edinburgh Tolbooth to await trial." Kirkcaldy nodded, offering his sword hilt, first to the officer, the ancient gesture of surrender. As chains were placed on his wrists, he looked around the great hall one last time, seeing it now as it truly was, not the seat of royal power he had defended, but a broken shell, its tapestries torn, its furniture splintered, its floors stained with the blood of brave men who had died for a lost cause. They led him out through the castle he had defended for so long, past the shattered walls, through the breaches that had spelled their doom, down the steep approach to the city below. The citizens of Edinburgh lined the streets, some jeering, some silent, some, he could see it in their faces, secretly sympathetic to the man who had held out so long against overwhelming odds. Edinburgh Castle was lost, Mary's last stronghold in Scotland fallen, the siege that had lasted nearly 2 years finally ended in defeat. Yet as they led him toward the Tolbooth, toward the trial and execution he knew awaited him, Kirkcaldy felt an unexpected peace settle over his troubled heart. He had kept faith with his queen, had stood firm when others compromised, had defended the principle that royal authority could not be simply set aside when it became inconvenient. History might condemn him as a traitor, but he knew in his own heart that he had acted justly, that he had remained true to oaths sworn and principles embraced. That would have to be enough, he thought, as the toll booth gates closed behind him. He had fought the good fight, kept the faith, finished the course set before him. Whatever came next, and he had no illusions about what the regent had planned for him, he would face with the same courage he had shown on the castle walls. Above the city, Edinburgh Castle stood silent on its rock, smoke still rising from the breaches. The royal standard that had flown in Mary's name finally struck, replaced with the banner of the Regency government. The siege was over, but the questions it raised about loyalty and legitimacy, about the rights of queens and the limits of resistance, would echo through Scottish history for generations to come. The cell in Edinburgh Tolbooth was small, dark, and damp, a far cry from the commandant's quarters Kirkcaldy had occupied in the castle for the past 3 years. He sat on the narrow cot that was the cell's only furniture, his wrists raw from the iron manacles they had finally removed after 2 weeks of captivity, his body aching from wounds that were healing slowly in the unhealthy confines of the prison. Outside his cell, he could hear the sounds of the city merchants calling their wares, horses' hooves on cobblestones, the chatter of people going about their daily lives as if nothing extraordinary had happened. It seemed impossible that the world could continue so normally when Edinburgh Castle had fallen, when everything he had fought for lay in ruins, when he sat here awaiting a trial whose outcome was already determined. The trial had been set for early August, giving the Regent Morton time to prepare his case, to gather witnesses who would testify to Kirkcaldy's treason, to craft the legal arguments that would justify his execution. Not that such preparation was truly necessary. Morton had made his intentions clear from the moment the castle fell. Kirkcaldy would hang as an example to anyone else who might think to oppose the Regency government, his death a warning that loyalty to Mary Stuart meant death. In the quiet hours of the night, when sleep eluded him and memory became his only companion, Kirkcaldy found himself reviewing the choices that had brought him to this cell. He had been, in his younger days, a staunch Protestant, a reformer who had fought against the Catholic establishment, who had believed that Scotland's future lay in breaking with Rome and embracing the new faith. He had opposed Mary when she first returned from France, suspicious of her Catholic upbringing, wary of her French connections. But over time his view had shifted. He had watched the Protestant lords prove themselves no more virtuous than the Catholic hierarchy they replaced, had seen them use religion as a cloak for ambition and greed, had witnessed their willingness to betray any principle if it served their immediate interests. He had seen how quickly they turned on Mary once she became inconvenient, how readily they accepted forced abdications and usurpation when it benefited them. And he had come to understand that the question was not about Catholic versus Protestant, France versus England, but about something more fundamental, about whether power came from God or from men, whether a monarch ruled by divine right or by the consent of the governed, whether oaths and allegiances meant anything or were just words to be set aside when circumstances changed. Kirkcaldy had chosen to believe that oaths mattered, that Mary's coronation had been a sacred act that could not simply be undone by a forced signature on a document of abdication. He had chosen to stand with William Maitland and the others who held Edinburgh Castle, not because they expected to win, but because they believed some principles were worth dying for. The door to his cell opened, admitting a shaft of light and a familiar figure. John Knox, the great Protestant reformer, stood in the doorway, his white beard catching the light, his dark eyes regarding Kirkcaldy with a mixture of sorrow and reproach. The two men had once been allies, united in their commitment to Scotland's Reformation, but the siege had placed them on opposite sides of an unbridgeable divide. "William," Knox said, his voice still powerful despite his advanced age, "I have come to offer you spiritual counsel in your final days." Kirkcaldy rose slowly, his joints protesting, and faced the man who had been both mentor and friend in years past. "Have you come to gloat over my fall, John? Or to preach to me about divine judgment on those who opposed God's plan for Scotland?" Knox shook his head, looking genuinely pained. "I have come because I remember the young man who fought beside me at St. Andrews, who helped establish the Protestant kirk in Scotland, who was once counted among the godly. I would save your soul, William, even if I cannot save your body." "My soul is my own concern," Kirkcaldy replied, though without hostility, "and I do not believe God condemns those who remain loyal to their anointed sovereign, even when that sovereign has been abandoned by all others." Knox stepped into the cell, the door closing behind him, leaving them in the dim light of a single candle. "Mary Stuart murdered her husband," he said bluntly. "She married the man who killed him. She has plotted against Scotland's Protestant faith, against the godly government that seeks only to protect the young king and maintain order. How can you defend such a woman?" "Can I?" Kirkcaldy asked, settling back onto his cot and gesturing for Knox to sit on the only stool. "You speak of evidence, John, but what evidence has ever been proven in a court of law? Mary was never tried for Darnley's murder, never given a chance to defend herself against the accusations. She was simply declared guilty by those who stood to benefit from her fall, forced to abdicate under threat, imprisoned without trial. Is that the godly justice you preach?" She fled to England rather than face her accusers, Knox countered. The innocent do not run. She fled because she knew she could not receive justice in Scotland, not from lords who had already determined her guilt and were fighting over who would control her son's regency. She went to Elizabeth seeking the protection one queen might give another, and found only another prison. Is that evidence of guilt, or evidence that power matters more than truth? Knox was silent for a long moment, his weathered face troubled. When he spoke again, his voice was softer, less certain. Perhaps you are right that Mary was not given proper justice. Perhaps the lords acted from ambition as much as righteousness. But that does not change the fact that Scotland is better off with a Protestant king and a government committed to the Reformed faith. Mary would have returned Scotland to Rome, would have undone all that we fought to achieve. Would she? Kirkcaldy asked. She practiced her own faith privately, but never interfered with the Protestant Kirk, never persecuted reformers, never attempted to restore Catholic supremacy by force. She tried to find a middle way, a path where both faiths could coexist. Perhaps that was naive, perhaps impossible, but it was not the tyranny you feared. And yet you fought for her, held Edinburgh Castle against overwhelming odds, knowing it would end in your death. Why, William? What did you hope to achieve? Kirkcaldy smiled faintly, a weary expression that held both sadness and satisfaction. I hoped to prove that honor still means something, that loyalty is not just a word, but a virtue worth dying for. I hoped that someday, when the passions of this age have cooled, historians might look back and see that some men refused to abandon their queen simply because it became convenient. I hoped that Mary, imprisoned in England, might know that she was not forgotten, that at least a few of her subjects remained true. And was it worth it? Knox asked quietly. Was it worth all the men who died, all the suffering of the siege, your own coming execution? Kirkcaldy considered the question carefully before answering. If you measure worth by victory, then no, it was not worth it. We lost. Mary remains imprisoned. Scotland is ruled by a regency government that serves England's interests above our own. But if you measure worth by faithfulness, by staying true to principles, even when they cost everything, then yes, it was worth it. I will die knowing I kept my oaths, that I stood for something larger than my own survival. Knox rose slowly, his aged body moving with difficulty, and placed a hand on Kirkcaldy's shoulder. I came here hoping to convince you to repent, to turn from what I believe was a grave error. But I see now that you have made your peace with your choices, that your faith, though directed differently than mine, is as sincere as any I have witnessed. I will pray for you, William, not that you change your mind, but that God receives you mercifully despite our theological disagreements. And I will pray for you, John, Kirkcaldy replied, and for Scotland, that she might one day find the peace and justice that has eluded her for so long. Perhaps in a better world, men like us would not have to choose between competing loyalties, between faith and honor, between what the Kirk demands and what conscience requires. After Knox departed, Kirkcaldy was left alone with his thoughts once more. The conversation had stirred up memories, both bitter and sweet, of the many roads his life had taken, the choices that had led him from Protestant reformer to defender of a Catholic queen. He did not regret those choices, though he wished they had not been necessary, wished Scotland had found a way to accommodate both reform and royal authority without tearing itself apart. The days passed slowly in his cell, marked only by the changing light through the small barred window and the arrival of meals that were barely edible. He was allowed visitors, friends who came to say goodbye, family members who wept for him, fellow prisoners from the castle who had survived the siege only to face trials of their own. Each visit was precious, a reminder that he was not alone, that his sacrifice had meaning to those who understood what he had fought for. Robert Melville came one afternoon, having negotiated his own survival by agreeing to testify against Kirkcaldy at the trial. He looked ashamed, unable to meet his former commander's eyes, but Kirkcaldy felt no anger toward him. "Do what you must to survive," Kirkcaldy said gently. "I do not judge you for choosing life when I have chosen death. Tell them whatever they want to hear at my trial. It will make no difference to the outcome, and perhaps your testimony will buy you the mercy they will not extend to me." "I am so sorry, William," Melville said, tears streaming down his face. "You were the bravest man I ever knew, and I am a coward for betraying you." "You are a man trying to survive in impossible circumstances," Kirkcaldy corrected. "That is not cowardice, merely human. Save your tears for Mary, for the cause that is truly lost, not for me. I go to my death content, which is more than many men can say." The trial, when it finally came on the 3rd of August, was exactly the farce Kirkcaldy had expected. The charges were read in the great hall of Edinburgh Castle, bitter irony that he should be tried in the very place he had defended before a court composed entirely of his enemies. Morton presided, his satisfaction barely concealed, finally able to eliminate a man who had opposed him and made him look weak before all of Europe. The witnesses testified to Kirkcaldy's rebellion, to his defiance of royal authority, to the damage his resistance had caused, is less than #0. 5# is greater than. They spoke of the men who had died during the siege, the resources wasted, the threat to stability that Edinburgh Castle's resistance had represented. Melville gave his testimony, as promised, though his voice shook and his eyes never left the floor. When Kirkcaldy was finally allowed to speak in his own defense, he stood before the court with quiet dignity, refusing to beg or grovel or express regret for actions he still believed were righteous. "I am accused of treason," he said, his voice carrying clearly through the hall, "of rebellion against the lawful authority of King James and his regent. But I say to you that the true treason was committed by those who forced an anointed queen to abdicate under duress, who imprisoned her without trial, who denied her the most basic rights of justice. I held Edinburgh Castle not in rebellion but in loyalty to Scotland's rightful sovereign. If that is treason in your eyes, then I am guilty and will accept whatever punishment you decree. But history will judge whether the true traitors sit in this courtroom or stand before you in chains." The verdict was delivered within minutes, guilty on all counts. The sentence was equally swift, death by hanging, to be carried out the following morning at the Mercat Cross in Edinburgh's High Street, where all the city could witness the fate of those who defied the Regency. Kirkcaldy was returned to his cell for his final night, and there, in the darkness, he made his peace with God and with himself. He thought of his wife, who had died years earlier, spared the pain of seeing him come to this end. He thought of his children, grown now, who would have to live with the stigma of their father's execution. He thought of the men who had died defending Edinburgh Castle, wondering if they were gathered somewhere in the afterlife, waiting to welcome him into their company. Most of all, he thought of Mary, and he hoped that somehow, through whatever mysterious means news traveled, she would learn of his fate and know that she had not been abandoned, that her cause had inspired loyalty unto death, that at least one of her subjects had remained true even when all seemed lost. The morning of August 4th dawned clear and bright, the kind of beautiful summer day that made death seem particularly cruel. They came for him early, before the heat of the day, leading him through streets already lined with spectators who had come to witness the execution of Edinburgh's former defender. Some jeered, calling him traitor and rebel, but others were silent, watching with expressions that suggested they were not entirely comfortable with what was about to happen. Kirkcaldy walked with his head high, refusing to show fear, determined that his death should be as dignified as the life he had tried to live. The scaffold at the Mercat Cross had been specially constructed, high enough that all could see, sturdy enough to bear the weight of a man in armor, for they allowed him to die in his military regalia, one final gesture of respect for a warrior of his reputation. He climbed the steps without assistance, facing the crowd with steady composure. A priest was there, offering final prayers, but Kirkcaldy waved him away. "I have made my peace with God in my own way," he said quietly. "I do not need the Kirk's intercession at this late hour." The executioner stood ready, the noose already prepared, and Kirkcaldy noticed with grim satisfaction that the man's hands shook slightly. Even the executioner, it seemed, was not entirely comfortable with this death. Before they placed the hood over his head, Kirkcaldy was allowed to speak final words. He looked out over the crowd, over the city he had defended, toward the castle that rose behind them on its volcanic rock, and he spoke clearly and firmly. "I die for loyalty to Scotland's anointed queen," he said. "I regret nothing, recant nothing, apologize for nothing. Let it be known that Sir William Kirkcaldy of Grange kept faith with his sovereign unto death, and trusts that history will vindicate him when present passions have cooled. God save Queen Mary, and may Scotland one day find the justice she has been denied." The hood was placed over his head, the noose tightened around his neck, and in the sudden darkness, Kirkcaldy's final thoughts were not of fear or regret, but of a strange, unexpected peace. He had lived as honor demanded, had fought for what he believed was right, had remained true to his principles even when they led to this scaffold. The trapdoor opened, and Sir William Kirkcaldy of Grange, defender of Edinburgh Castle, loyal servant of Mary Queen of Scots, fell into eternity. The crowd stood silent for a long moment after the body stopped swinging, an unusual hush falling over Edinburgh's high street. Then, slowly, people began to disperse, returning to their daily lives, though many carried with them an uneasy feeling that justice had perhaps not been fully served this day, that they had witnessed not just an execution, but the death of something larger, a principle perhaps, or a vision of honor that no longer fit comfortably in the modern world. News of Kirkcaldy's execution reached Mary Stuart at Sheffield Castle 3 weeks later, delivered in a brief, impersonal note from the Earl of Shrewsbury. She read it once, then again, her hands trembling slightly as the words sank in, as she absorbed the reality that Edinburgh Castle had finally fallen, that her last defenders in Scotland were dead or imprisoned, that the door to any possible return had been definitively closed. She sat very still after reading the note, so still that Mary Seaton, working at her embroidery nearby, looked up in concern. "Your Majesty, what is it? What news?" "Kirkcaldy is dead," Mary said quietly, her voice eerily calm. "Hanged in Edinburgh for the crime of loyalty. Edinburgh Castle has fallen, and with it any hope that Scotland might remember I was once their queen." The letter slipped from her fingers, falling to the floor like a dead leaf, and Mary Seaton rushed to her side, kneeling beside her mistress's chair, taking Mary's cold hands in her own warm ones. "I am so sorry, Your Majesty," Seaton whispered, tears streaming down her face. "I am so deeply sorry." Mary looked down at her faithful companion, seeing the tears she herself could not shed, feeling the weight of grief like a physical thing pressing down upon her chest. "They died for me," she said, her voice breaking finally. "Kirkcaldy, Maitland, all those brave men, they died defending a queen who could not even reach out to thank them, who could do nothing to save them, who brought them nothing but ruin through her very existence. They died because they believed in justice, Seaton said firmly. Because they knew your abdication was forced, that you were wrongly deposed, that Scotland committed a great sin against its anointed sovereign. Their deaths are not your fault, Your Majesty. The fault lies with those who perverted justice, who chose power over righteousness. Mary wanted to believe that, wanted to absolve herself of the guilt that threatened to crush her, but the weight remained, heavy and implacable. How many had died because of her? Darnley, murdered in that explosion, whatever role she might or might not have played. Rizzio, stabbed 56 times while she watched helplessly. The soldiers who fell at Langside fighting for her restoration. And now Kirkcaldy and all the garrison of Edinburgh Castle sacrificed on the altar of her lost cause. She rose abruptly, walking to the window to stare out at the English countryside, at the rolling hills that were beautiful and foreign and utterly indifferent to her pain. Somewhere to the north, beyond her sight, lay Scotland, her kingdom, her birthright, the land she had loved and lost and would never see again. "I am 40 years old," Mary said, speaking more to herself than to Seaton. 40 years old, and what do I have to show for my life? I was Queen of France for barely a year. I was Queen of Scotland for 6 tumultuous years before they forced me to abdicate. I have been a prisoner in England for 5 years now, and I will likely die a prisoner, having achieved nothing, having lost everything, having brought ruin to all who loved me. "You have survived," Seaton said, coming to stand beside her. "Against all odds, despite everything they have done to you, you have survived with your dignity intact, with your spirit unbroken, with your faith in justice unwavering. That is no small achievement, Your Majesty." Mary shook her head slowly. "Survival is not enough, not for a queen. Queens are meant to rule, to lead their people, to leave a legacy of justice and prosperity. What legacy will I leave? I will be remembered as a murderess, an adulteress, a woman who could not control her passions or her kingdom. The historians will write that I deserved my fate, that I brought disaster upon myself through my own poor choices. Then we must ensure that your side of the story is told," Seaton insisted. "You must write your own account, Your Majesty. Set down the truth of what happened. Defend yourself against the accusations that have been leveled against you. Even if it is not published in our lifetime, it will survive as a testament to your innocence." Mary considered this, a spark of interest kindling in her eyes for the first time since receiving news of Kirkcaldy's death. "Perhaps you are right," she said slowly. "Perhaps that is all I have left to give my testimony, my truth, my version of events for future generations to consider when the passions of this age have cooled." Over the following weeks and months, Mary began to write, setting down her memories of Scotland, her account of the events that had led to her downfall, her defense against the charges that had destroyed her reputation. The writing was cathartic, allowing her to revisit painful memories and reframe them, to explain the context and pressures that had informed her decisions, to push back against the narrative that had been imposed upon her by her enemies. She wrote of her childhood in France, of the golden years before Francis's death, when the future had seemed so bright. She wrote of her return to Scotland, of her genuine desire to be a good queen to her people, of the challenges of ruling a divided kingdom. She wrote of Darnley, of how charming he had seemed at first, and how quickly that charm had curdled into violence and paranoia. She wrote of Rizzio's murder, of being held at gunpoint while her friend was dragged away screaming, of the trauma that had haunted her ever since. She wrote of Darnley's death, and here she was most careful, most precise in her denials. She had not known of the plot, had not conspired with Bothwell, had been as shocked as anyone when the explosion destroyed Kirk-of-Field. Yes, she had married Bothwell afterward, but it had not been from love or complicity. It had been because she was vulnerable, isolated, pregnant with James, and terrified for her son's future, believing she needed Bothwell's protection to survive. She wrote of her forced abdication, of the coercion and threats used to make her sign away her crown, of her determination to escape and reclaim her throne. She wrote of Langside and her flight to England, of her foolish trust in Elizabeth's promises of assistance, of the cruel reality of English captivity that had become her daily existence. And she wrote of Edinburgh Castle, of learning that Kirkcaldy and his men had held out in her name, of the mixture of pride and grief she felt, knowing that some of her subjects had remained loyal even unto death. Their sacrifice, she wrote, was testament to the injustice of her deposition, proof that not all of Scotland had accepted the legitimacy of her forced abdication. The writing filled her days, gave her purpose when purpose seemed impossible to find. But the nights remained long and dark, filled with dreams of Scotland, of Edinburgh Castle standing proud on its rock, of Holyrood Palace, where she had once held court, of the son she barely knew growing up without her, being taught to hate the mother he could not remember. Sometimes, in those long nights, Mary would wake gasping from nightmares, Rizzio's screams echoing in her ears, blood pooling on the floor, assassins' hands grabbing at her swollen belly. Or she would dream of Darnley, his strangled corpse lying in that garden, his dead eyes accusing her of complicity in his murder. Or, worst of all, she would dream of James, her son, now 7 years old, a child she would never know, who was being raised to consider her a villain. The pain of that separation never lessened, never became easier to bear. She had given birth to him in Edinburgh Castle, had held him as a newborn, had presented him to the Scottish nobility as the future king. She had wanted so desperately to be a good mother to him, to raise him to be wise and just, to teach him the lessons she had learned about the responsibilities and burdens of sovereignty. Instead, he was being raised by her enemies, taught that his mother was wicked, that her imprisonment was deserved, that he owed her nothing, not love, not loyalty, not even the basic duty a son owes his mother. The Regent Morton was his guardian now, shaping young James's understanding of history, of politics, of right and wrong. What chance did she have of ever reclaiming her son's affection when everything he learned about her came from those who wished her destroyed? As the years passed, 1574 becoming 75, 75 becoming 76, Mary's health began to decline more noticeably. The chronic pain in her legs grew worse, sometimes leaving her unable to walk for days at a time. Her stomach troubles intensified, leaving her weak and nauseated. The damp conditions of her various English prisons exacerbated her symptoms, and her physicians could do little beyond prescribing rest and warm compresses. Yet even as her body weakened, her spirit remained defiant. She refused to acknowledge the legitimacy of her captivity, continued to sign herself as Queen of Scots in all her correspondence, maintained the dignity and bearing of a sovereign even when her jailers tried to diminish her. She would not give them the satisfaction of breaking her, would not admit defeat, would not accept that her life had been reduced to this endless imprisonment. Elizabeth, meanwhile, continued her careful balancing act, keeping Mary imprisoned while resisting calls from Parliament to have her executed, using Mary's very existence as a political tool to extract concessions from France, Spain, and Scotland alike. The English Queen visited Mary in her dreams sometimes, or perhaps they were nightmares. The two cousins who had never met in person, who were bound together by blood and politics, and the accident of being female monarchs in a male-dominated world. In these dreams, Mary would confront Elizabeth, demanding to know why she had been imprisoned without trial, why she was being punished for crimes she did not commit, why one queen would treat another with such cruelty. And dream, Elizabeth would respond with cold pragmatism. Mary was too dangerous to release, too valuable to kill, too problematic to be treated with the courtesy due her rank. It was nothing personal, dream, Elizabeth would say, just politics, just the necessities of statecraft in a dangerous world. Mary began to understand, during these long years of captivity, that her very existence was her most powerful weapon and her greatest curse. As long as she lived, she represented an alternative to Elizabeth, a Catholic queen with a claim to England's throne, a focal point for every plot and conspiracy against the Tudor regime. Elizabeth could not risk freeing her, but executing an anointed queen without clear proof of treason would set dangerous precedents that might one day threaten Elizabeth herself. So Mary remained in limbo, neither free nor formally condemned, her life suspended in a political purgatory that seemed designed to break her spirit through sheer tedium and hopelessness. Years blurred together, marked only by transfers from one prison to another, by the aging faces of her servants, by the slow deterioration of her health, and the gradual fading of any realistic hope for restoration. In 1578, news reached Mary that the regent Morton had finally been overthrown, replaced by James Stuart, Earl of Arran. She allowed herself a brief flicker of hope. Perhaps the new regime would be more sympathetic to her cause. Perhaps they would acknowledge the injustice of her forced abdication. But the hope was quickly extinguished when it became clear that Arran had no more intention of restoring her than Morton had. The Regency government, regardless of who controlled it, had no interest in the return of a queen who might challenge their authority. Her son James was growing up now, entering his teenage years, beginning to assert his own authority as king. Mary wrote to him, letters carefully crafted to remind him of their relationship, to offer maternal advice, to suggest that they might one day be reconciled. But James's responses, when they came at all, were formal and distant, the words of a monarch addressing a foreign power rather than a son writing to his mother. The pain of that rejection cut deeper than any physical ailment. She had hoped that as James matured, as he began to question the narratives he had been fed about her, he might reach out, might want to know her side of the story. Instead, he seemed content to leave things as they were, to rule Scotland without the complication of a mother who claimed she was still the rightful queen. Mary Seton remained her constant companion through all of this, aging alongside her mistress, her devotion never wavering despite the hardships of their imprisonment. The two women had grown old together, had shared joys and sorrows, had sustained each other through trials that would have broken most people. Their relationship had transcended that of queen and servant to become a deep friendship, the bond of two souls who had endured the unendurable together. "Do you ever regret it?" Mary asked Seton one evening as they sat together by the fire, their embroidery work forgotten in their laps. "Staying with me all these years when you might have had a normal life, a husband, children, a home of your own." Seton looked up from the flames she had been contemplating, her eyes soft with affection. "Not for a single moment, Your Majesty. I have lived an extraordinary life, have witnessed history unfold, have served a queen of uncommon courage and grace. What are husbands and children compared to that? I have been privileged to stand beside you, and I will continue to stand beside you until God calls one of us home." Mary reached out and took Seton's hand, squeezing it gently. "You have been more than a servant, more than a companion. You have been my sister in all but blood, my truest friend in a world that has given me precious few true friends. Whatever happens, whatever fate awaits me, I want you to know that your loyalty has meant everything." They sat together in comfortable silence, watching the fire burn down, two women who had seen kingdoms rise and fall, who had witnessed the best and worst of human nature, who had learned that sometimes survival itself is a form of victory. As the 1580s arrived, bringing with them heightened tensions between Catholic and Protestant Europe, Mary found herself increasingly drawn into plots and conspiracies she only half understood. Desperate Catholics saw her as their champion, the queen who would restore the old faith to England if only she could be freed. They wrote to her, proposed elaborate schemes to rescue her, plotted assassinations of Elizabeth that would clear the path for Mary's succession to the English throne. Mary's responses to these overtures were cautious, non-committal, aware that her letters were likely being intercepted and read by her captors, but also unable to completely discourage those who still believed in her cause. She was trapped between the desire to maintain hope for eventual freedom and the knowledge that any involvement in plots against Elizabeth would give the English Queen the justification she needed to order Mary's execution. The years of imprisonment had taught Mary to be careful, to weigh every word she wrote, to assume that nothing was private, that every conversation was overheard, that every letter was copied before being delivered. She had learned to live in a world of constant surveillance, where trust was a luxury she could no longer afford, where even her most loyal servants might be compromised by pressure or bribery. In 1586, the trap finally closed. A young Catholic named Anthony Babington had organized a plot to assassinate Elizabeth and free Mary, coordinating with Spanish agents and English Catholic sympathizers in an elaborate conspiracy that seemed, for a brief moment, as though it might actually succeed. Babington had written to Mary detailing the plot, and Mary, in a moment of either hope or folly or simple desperation, had written back in terms that could be interpreted as approval. But the plot had been compromised from the beginning, infiltrated by Elizabeth's spymaster Sir Francis Walsingham, who had been waiting years for exactly this kind of opportunity. The letters were intercepted, decoded, used as evidence of Mary's involvement in treason against the English crown. Babington and his co-conspirators were arrested, tried, and executed with brutal efficiency. And Mary, after 18 years of imprisonment without formal charges, finally faced the trial she had both feared and, in some ways, desired the chance to publicly defend herself, to speak her truth before the world, to challenge the narratives that had defined her for so long. The trial was held at Fotheringhay Castle in October of 1586, in a great hall hastily converted to serve as a courtroom. Mary was not allowed counsel, was not permitted to see the evidence against her beforehand, was judged by men who had already determined her guilt before the proceedings even began. Yet she stood before them with regal dignity, her body weakened by years of imprisonment and illness, but her spirit as fierce as ever. I am a queen by right of birth and an anointed sovereign, she declared to the court. You have no authority to try me, no jurisdiction over my person or my actions. I am accountable to God alone, not to the laws of England or the judgment of Elizabeth's ministers. But her protestations were overruled, and the trial proceeded despite her objections. They presented the intercepted letters as evidence, questioned her about her knowledge of Babington's plot, accused her of conspiring to murder Elizabeth and seize the English throne. Mary denied the charges, insisted that her letters had been misconstrued, argued that even if she had known of the plot, which she would not admit, she had every right to seek her freedom by whatever means available. I have been imprisoned without trial for 18 years, she said, her voice ringing through the hall. I have been denied my liberty, separated from my son, stripped of my crown and my dignity. If I have sought freedom, if I have corresponded with those who wish to help me, is that treason or simply the natural desire of any prisoner to escape their bonds? You have tried me in my absence, convicted me without evidence, punished me without justice, and now you would condemn me for seeking redress of my grievances? The verdict was inevitable guilty of treason against the English crown. The sentence was death, to be carried out at the Queen's pleasure, for even now Elizabeth hesitated to sign the death warrant, reluctant to take the final irreversible step of executing an anointed queen. Mary was returned to her rooms at Fotheringhay to await her fate, and there, in those final weeks of her life, she achieved a kind of peace that had eluded her for decades. The uncertainty was over, the long waiting finally at an end. She knew now how her story would conclude, and she determined to make her death as meaningful as her life had been tumultuous. She spent her remaining days in prayer and preparation, writing farewell letters to friends and family, distributing her few possessions among her servants, making arrangements for the masses to be said for her soul. She forgave her enemies, made peace with her God, and prepared to face death with the courage expected of a queen. To James, she wrote one final letter, a mother's words to a son she would never see again, expressing her love, offering her blessing, asking him to remember that she had always acted from love of Scotland and duty to her crown, whatever others might say about her. She did not know if he would read it, if he would care, if her words would mean anything to a young man who had been taught to despise her. But she wrote it anyway, needing to leave behind some testament to their bond, however attenuated it had become. Elizabeth delayed signing the death warrant for weeks, torn between political necessity and personal reluctance. Mary was her cousin, her fellow queen, a woman who understood the unique burdens of sovereignty in ways few others could. To order her execution was to acknowledge that even anointed monarchs could be subject to the law, that divine right had limits, that crowns offered no immunity from human justice. It was a precedent. Elizabeth found deeply uncomfortable, though her ministers insisted it was necessary for England's security. Finally, on February 1st, 1587, Elizabeth signed the warrant, though she immediately regretted the decision and tried unsuccessfully to recall it. Her ministers, fearing she would change her mind again, rushed the warrant to Fotheringhay, determined that Mary's execution would proceed before Elizabeth could countermand the order. Mary received the news on February 7th that her execution would take place the following morning. She spent her final evening in prayer, attended by her remaining ladies, making her final preparations for death with the same meticulous care she had once applied to matters of state. She chose the outfit she would wear to the scaffold, a dress of deep burgundy red, the color of martyrdom, with a white veil and rosary beads, symbols of her Catholic faith that she had maintained despite decades of pressure to convert. "Do not weep for me," she told Mary Seton and her other ladies as they helped her prepare. "This is not an ending, but a beginning. I go to my death freely, gladly even, for I will finally be released from this long imprisonment, finally reunited with those I have lost, finally able to rest after so many years of struggle. Your Majesty should not have to face this," Seton said through her tears. "It is a crime against heaven and earth, against all that is just and right." Mary smiled, an expression of genuine serenity that transformed her careworn face. "Perhaps it is, perhaps it isn't. That is for God to judge, not us. All I know is that I have lived as best I could, loved as deeply as I was able, fought for what I believed was right. If that has brought me to this scaffold, then I accept it as God's will and trust that He will receive me mercifully." The night passed slowly, marked by prayers and quiet conversations, final embraces, and whispered words of love and gratitude. Mary did not sleep, unwilling to waste her final hours in unconsciousness, wanting to savor every moment of life, even as she prepared to leave it behind. When dawn broke on February 8th, 1587, Mary dressed carefully in her chosen outfit, the deep red a stark and deliberate statement against the grey stones of Fotheringhay Castle. She had lived as a queen, had been stripped of her crown and her freedom, but she would die as a queen, with all the dignity and courage her rank demanded. They came for her at 8 in the morning, a delegation of officials and guards who would escort her to the great hall where the scaffold had been erected. Mary walked slowly, her legs paining her, her body weakened by decades of illness and imprisonment, but her head held high, her bearing unmistakably regal. The hall was filled with witnesses, officials, guards, local nobility who had been summoned to observe the execution and attest to its legitimacy. Mary's eyes swept over them, seeing in their faces a mixture of curiosity, pity, and sometimes satisfaction that the long drama of her life was finally reaching its conclusion. The scaffold stood in the center of the hall, draped in black cloth, the execution block, and the executioner's axe waiting with grim patience. Mary approached it without hesitation, without any sign of fear, her composure so complete that even her enemies later remarked upon it with grudging admiration. She was permitted to speak briefly before the sentence was carried out. Her voice was clear and steady as she addressed the assembled witnesses. "I die a true woman to my religion, and like a true Scottish woman and a true French woman," she said, her words carefully chosen to affirm her identity and her faith. "I thank God that He has permitted me to die for my religion, and I forgive with all my heart those who have wronged me. I trust that my death will end the troubles of this island, though I fear it will not, for the seeds of discord have been too deeply planted." Her ladies helped her remove her outer garments, revealing the deep red dress beneath the color shocking against the black of the scaffold, a vivid statement of martyrdom that would be remembered and remarked upon for centuries to come. Mary knelt before the block with some difficulty, her weakened legs protesting, and positioned her head carefully, ensuring the executioner would have a clear stroke. In those final moments, as she waited for the axe to fall, Mary's thoughts returned to Scotland, to Edinburgh Castle where she had given birth to James, where Kirkcaldy had made his last stand in her name, where her mother had died defending the kingdom. She thought of all the lives that had intersected with hers, all the people who had loved her and betrayed her, supported her and condemned her. She thought of the girl she had been, returning from France, full of hope and determination, believing she could rule Scotland with wisdom and justice. She thought of the woman she had become, shaped by tragedy and betrayal, hardened by loss and imprisonment, yet somehow still retaining something essential, something that no amount of suffering had been able to destroy. The executioner raised his axe, and in that final instant Mary Stuart whispered a prayer, commending her soul to God, asking for mercy not just for herself, but for all who had been caught up in the tragic drama of her reign. The axe fell, and with it ended the life of Mary, Queen of Scots, a woman who had been born to rule, who had lost everything but her dignity, who died as she had lived with courage, with faith, with an unshakable conviction that she had been wronged and that history would ultimately vindicate her. In the great hall of Fotheringhay Castle, there was a moment of profound silence after Mary's death, as if those present were suddenly aware of the magnitude of what had just occurred, of the line that had been crossed, of the precedent that had been set. An anointed queen had been executed, and the world would never be quite the same. News of Mary's death spread across Europe, sparking outrage in Catholic nations, relief in Protestant ones, and complex emotions in Scotland where she had once ruled. Her son James, now 20 years old and ruling in his own right, expressed public sorrow while privately calculating how his mother's death might advantage his own position. He was, after all, now the heir apparent to England's throne, his path to succession cleared by the very execution that had taken his mother's life. Elizabeth claimed to be devastated by Mary's death, insisted she had not meant for the execution to proceed, blamed her ministers for acting without proper authorization. It was political theater, a performance designed to absolve herself of responsibility while reaping the benefits of Mary's removal from the political stage. Few were fooled, but it hardly mattered. Mary was dead, and with her death, a chapter of British history had definitively closed. Mary Seton and the other ladies who had served their queen to the end took possession of her body, preparing it for burial with all the care and reverence they could manage under the watchful eyes of English authorities. Mary was initially buried at Peterborough Cathedral, far from Scotland, far from the royal tombs where Scottish monarchs rested. But the story did not end there, for stories of queens and martyrs rarely do. When James VI of Scotland became James I of England upon Elizabeth's death in 1603, finally uniting the crowns his mother had sought to claim, he ordered Mary's body exhumed and reburied in Westminster Abbey in a magnificent tomb that befitted a queen, directly across from Elizabeth's own resting place. In death, the two queens who had been rivals in life were given equal honors, their tombs facing each other across the nave, an eternal reminder of the complex relationship between two women who had shaped the course of British history, who had each, in their own way, challenged the limitations placed upon female sovereignty in a male-dominated world. Edinburgh Castle stood witness to all of this, perched on its volcanic rock, looking down upon the city that had seen so much of Mary's drama unfold. The stones that had withstood Kirkcaldy's siege continued to stand generation after generation, hosting new monarchs, witnessing new struggles, becoming not just a fortress, but a symbol of Scottish resilience and identity. And in the centuries that followed, historians would debate Mary's life and death, her guilt or innocence, her wisdom or folly, her tragedy or complicity in her own downfall. But whatever conclusions they reached, they could not deny that Mary Stuart had lived with passion and died with dignity, that she had inspired extraordinary loyalty in those who knew her, that her story remained compelling long after the political circumstances that shaped it had faded into history. The Siege of Edinburgh Castle, Kirkcaldy's last stand, Mary's long imprisonment, her eventual execution, these were not just political events, but human dramas, stories of loyalty and betrayal, courage and desperation, hope sustained against impossible odds, and dignity maintained in the face of overwhelming defeat. Mary had been born a queen, raised to believe in the divine right of monarchs, taught that her royal blood set her apart from common humanity. Life had taught her differently, had shown her that crowns offered no protection from betrayal, that royal birth guaranteed nothing, that even anointed sovereigns could be brought low by the machinations of those who served them. Yet in losing everything, her crown, her freedom, her son, her life, Mary had perhaps gained something more enduring. She had become a symbol, a figure whose story transcended the specific political circumstances of 16th century Scotland to speak to something more universal about human resilience, about the price of loyalty, about the tragedy of good intentions meeting impossible circumstances. The long night of her imprisonment had finally ended in the cold dawn of that February morning at Fotheringhay. But the memory of Mary Stuart, Queen of Scots, would endure, kept alive by poets and historians, by those who saw in her story a reflection of their own struggles, by those who understood that sometimes the greatest dignity lies not in victory, but in how one faces defeat. And somewhere in the stones of Edinburgh Castle, in the very foundations where Kirkcaldy had made his stand, in the chambers where Mary had given birth to the son who would unite the kingdoms she had lost, there remained an echo of all they had fought for, a whisper of the loyalty and courage that had defined their resistance against overwhelming odds. The siege was over, the Queen was dead, but the story lived on, passed down through the generations, a romantic tragedy of Scotland's captive queen, a tale of love and loss, loyalty and betrayal, of dreams that died hard and dignity that endured beyond death itself. In the end, perhaps that was Mary's true legacy, not the kingdom she lost or the controversies that swirled around her, but the simple fact that she had lived and loved and fought and died as fully and passionately as any human could, that she had faced the worst that fate could offer and met it with courage, that she had inspired loyalty in those who knew her and left behind a story that would continue to captivate hearts and minds for centuries to come. And as night falls over Edinburgh Castle, as it has fallen every night for centuries, as the city lights twinkle below and the Scottish hills fade into darkness, one can almost imagine the spirits of those who defended these stones, Kirkcaldy standing watch on the ramparts, Mary in her chambers far to the south, all of them bound together by bonds of loyalty that death itself could not sever, by a shared commitment to principles that transcended personal survival, by a vision of honor and duty that gave meaning to their sacrifices. The romantic tragedy of Scotland's captive queen had reached its inevitable conclusion, but the echoes of that tragedy continue to resound, reminding us that history is not just about kings and battles and political maneuvers, but about human beings making impossible choices in difficult circumstances, about loyalty maintained against all reason, about dignity preserved even in defeat, about love that endures beyond the grave. And so Mary Stuart rests in Westminster Abbey, her tomb a monument to a life of extraordinary drama and enduring controversy, while Edinburgh Castle stands sentinel over Scotland, a reminder of the siege that was her last stand, of the men who fought for her when all others had abandoned her cause, of the tragic trajectory that carried her from the heights of power to the depths of imprisonment, to the final scaffold where her story ended but her legend began. Sleep well, dear listener, and dream of queens and castles, of loyalty and sacrifice, of the long ago days when honor still meant something worth dying for, when oaths were sacred bonds, when the stones of Edinburgh echoed with the sounds of a siege, fought not for victory, but for principle, not for gain, but for loyalty, not for survival, but for the simple, profound belief that some truths are worth defending, even when the whole world stands against them.